Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient stones of the Misty Mountains held many secrets, but none so dark as the one Gandalf the Grey discovered on that fateful autumn morning. The wizard's weathered fingers traced the time-worn runes etched into a forgotten archway, their magic pulsing with a familiar, yet unsettling energy. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the mountain mist, the runes began to glow with an ethereal blue light, revealing a message that would shake the very foundations of Middle-earth. "Shadowspire," Gandalf whispered, his voice carrying the weight of ancient memories. The lost tower of the Istari, a place of legend, even among the wisest of his order, had finally revealed itself after centuries of silence. The wind whistled through the narrow mountain pass, carrying with it the scent of pine and something else, something older and more dangerous. With his gnarled staff illuminating the way, Gandalf followed the hidden path that had eluded so many before him. Stone steps, carved by hands long since turned to dust, wound their way through the mountain's heart. The air grew thick with magic, each step bringing him closer to what he knew must be one of the greatest repositories of magical knowledge ever assembled by the Istari. The tower itself seemed to materialize from the mountain's flesh, a spire of black stone that stretched toward the heavens like a dark finger pointing accusingly at the sky. Its surface was smooth as glass in some places, rough as dragon scales in others, and throughout its entirety, veins of silver runes pulsed with living magic. Inside, the air was heavy with the weight of centuries. Gandalf's torch revealed chambers filled with ancient texts, artifacts of unimaginable power, and most disturbing of all, evidence of recent occupation. Dusty footprints led to a central chamber where a circular dais stood, its surface covered in intricate magical formulae that made the wizard's blood run cold. "The ritual of hollowing," he murmured, recognizing the forbidden magic that had been banned by the First Council of Wizards. It was a spell designed to drain the magical essence from the land itself, concentrating it into vessels of power. In the wrong hands, it could turn verdant forests into wastelands, mighty rivers into dry beds, and living creatures into empty shells. Among the scattered papers and texts, Gandalf found a name that struck him like a physical blow: Elric the Swift, one of his most promising former apprentices. The papers revealed a mind twisted by ambition and fear of the growing shadow in the east, fear of not being powerful enough to stand against it. Elric had convinced himself that by performing the ritual of hollowing at several nexus points throughout Middle-earth, he could amass enough power to stand against any darkness. The writings showed that Elric had already begun his work, explaining the reports Gandalf had heard of withering forests and failing springs. The wizard closed his eyes, remembering the eager young man who had once hung on his every word about the responsible use of magic. Where had he failed as a teacher? Time was not on his side. The ritual sites had been carefully chosen: the heart of the old forest, the depths of Moria, the peaks of the Weather Hills, and finally, the sacred grove of Lórien itself. Each location was a wellspring of natural magic, and each would become a dead zone if Elric succeeded. Gandalf knew he could not stop his former apprentice alone. The ritual sites were too far apart, and time too short. In the libraries of Shadowspire, he found his answer in an unlikely place: ancient records of collaboration between the dwarven miners of Moria and the elven scholars of a region. Together, They had once mapped the invisible ley lines of power that crisscrossed Middle-earth. With haste that belied his apparent age, Gandalf descended from Shadowspire and began his journey to forge an unlikely alliance. In the halls of the dwarven kingdoms, he spoke to master miners about sensing the flow of power through stone. In the libraries of the elves, he consulted with scholars who understood the delicate balance of natural magic. The company that formed was unlike any seen in recent memory. Dwarven geomancers with their runic instruments, elven lore masters with their ancient scrolls, and at their head, a gray-robed wizard with determination burning in his eyes. They raced against time, following the trail of magical disturbances that marked Alric's path. The confrontation came at the edges of Lórien, where the golden leaves were already beginning to turn brown. Alric stood at the center of a complex magical array, his once kind face now sharp with desperate purpose. Around him, the air itself seemed to wither and fade. "Master," Alric called out, his voice echoing with power stolen from the land. "Have you come to witness my triumph? With this power, we need never fear the shadow again. What you do is not triumph, but tragedy," Gandalf replied, his voice firm but sad. "Look around you, Alric. The land does not yield its power, you tear it away. This is not strength, but violation." The battle that followed was not one of spectacular magical displays, but rather a subtle contest of wills and wisdom. While the dwarven geomancers disrupted the ritual's groundwork with their understanding of stone and earth, the elven scholars wove counter spells drawn from their ancient knowledge. Gandalf himself confronted his former student, not with fire or lightning, but with truth and memory. "Remember why you first came to me," Gandalf said, stepping closer despite the maelstrom of power surrounding Alric. "Not for power, but for understanding. Not to control magic, but to serve as its guardian. In the end, it was not force that broke the ritual, but recognition." In Gandalf's eyes, Alric saw not condemnation, but the same patience and wisdom that had drawn him to the wizard years ago. The stolen power released its hold, returning to the land in a cascade of renewal that swept through the forest like a spring breeze. The aftermath brought healing of more than one kind. The alliance formed in crisis did not dissolve but strengthened, as dwarf and elf alike recognized the value of sharing their knowledge. Alric, though stripped of much of his power, found a new purpose in helping to restore what he had damaged. As for Shadowspire, Gandalf sealed its knowledge away once more, but not completely. Under the supervision of both elven and dwarven guardians, it would serve as a reminder that the greatest power lies not in what we can take from the world, but in what we choose to protect. Standing atop the mountain path, watching the tower fade once more into the mists, Gandalf reflected that sometimes the darkest discoveries can lead to the brightest revelations. The wind still carried secrets in its voice, but now they spoke not of danger, but of hope and the eternal possibility of redemption. Story 2. The mist crept through the shadow forest like ghostly fingers, weaving between ancient trees whose bark was as black as a starless night. Gandalf the Grey stood at the edge of the village of Ravenkeep, his keen eyes studying the ethereal shapes that danced in the pre-dawn gloom. The villagers' letter had spoken of walking shadows and whispered voices, of ancient kings rising from their tombs to walk among the living. But what troubled the wizard most was not these apparitions, but the familiar magical signature that lingered in the air, a power he had not felt in over a century. The village itself seemed to cower beneath the looming forest. Once bright doors were now barred with iron crosses, windows were sealed with salt lines, and the villagers moved like frightened rabbits from house to house, their eyes constantly darting toward the tree line where the manifestations emerged each night. "They come with the evening bell," whispered Elder Maven, her weathered face lined with exhaustion. "At first, they only watched. Now, they reach for our children with hands of smoke and whisper promises of power in voices that sound like autumn leaves crushing underfoot," Gandalf's gnarled fingers tightened around his staff as a young girl passed by, her eyes hollow from lack of sleep. The magical residue grew stronger near her, carrying with it the unmistakable taint of corrupted power should have remained buried with the kings of old. As twilight approached, Gandalf followed the trail of magic to an ancient burial ground deep within the forest. Stone markers, worn smooth by centuries of wind and rain, stood like silent sentinels among the gnarled trees. At the center stood a figure Gandalf had hoped never to see again. Aldrich the Sage, once his dearest friend and fellow scholar of ancient lore. "I wondered when you would come, old friend," Aldrich said without turning, his once proud shoulders now bent with grief. In his hands gleamed a ring of twisted gold, its surface etched with runes that seemed to writhe in the fading light. The Ring of Morith. Beautiful, isn't it? One of the 9 given to mortal men. Lost to time until I found it buried in these very grounds. That ring was lost for a reason, Aldrich, Gandalf replied softly, his heart heavy with understanding. The dead should rest, and their powers with them. Aldrich turned, and Gandalf barely suppressed a gasp. His friend's face was gaunt, his eyes burning with an unnatural light. Rest? Like my family rests, taken by the Black Plague while I searched these cursed lands for healing lore? No, Gandalf. The ancient kings knew secrets of life and death. With their power, no one need suffer such loss again. The ring pulsed with sickly light, and around them, the air grew thick with presence. Ghostly figures emerged from the shadows, kings of old, their crowns still gleaming with spectral light, their eyes filled with the hunger of the long dead. They moved toward Aldrich like moths to a flame, drawn by the ring's corrupted power. "Look at them, Gandalf." Aldrich's voice cracked with desperate joy. They were great healers in life. With their knowledge, their power, they were men. Aldrich, Gandalf interrupted, raising his staff as the spirits circled closer. Men who fell to the same temptation you now face. The ring doesn't restore, it corrupts. It feeds on grief and twists it into darkness. The air crackled with tension as centuries of magical energy collided. The spectral kings raised their ethereal hands, dark power flowing from their fingertips toward Aldrich, who embraced it like a drowning man clutching at driftwood. The ring blazed brighter, its runes now burning with an evil fire. "Would you deny me the chance to prevent others from suffering as I have?" Aldrich demanded, his voice echoing with the power of the dead kings. "To create a world where death itself can be mastered. I would deny you the destruction of your own soul," Gandalf replied. He raised his staff high, and pure white light burst forth, causing the spectral figures to recoil. "Your family would not want this, old friend. They would not want their memory to drive you into darkness. The battle that followed was not one of physical might, but of will and memory." As Aldrich commanded the spirits to attack, Gandalf wove a counterspell of remembrance. Images filled the clearing, Aldrich teaching healing arts to village children, tending the sick during peaceful days, sharing wisdom with fellow scholars. With each memory, the spirit's attack faltered. "Remember who you were," Gandalf pressed, stepping closer despite the maelstrom of spectral energy. "Remember who you are." Tears began to stream down Aldrich's face as the memories pierced the veil of his grief. The ring's glow flickered, its hold weakening. In that moment of vulnerability, Gandalf struck not with force, but with compassion. He reached out and grasped Aldrich's hand, the one bearing the ring. "Let them rest," he whispered, "and let yourself heal." With a cry of anguish and release, Aldrich tore the ring from his finger and cast it to the ground. The spectral kings wavered and faded, their power no longer anchored to the world of the living. Gandalf quickly covered the ring with a cloth of silver, woven with spells of containment. Aldrich collapsed to his knees, his body racked with sobs. The forest around them gradually lightened, as if a great shadow had been lifted. In the distance, a cock crowed, heralding the dawn. In the days that followed, healing came slowly to both Ravenkeep and Aldrich. The villagers emerged from their homes to find the forest lighter, the air clearer. The children's eyes lost their haunted look, and laughter gradually returned to the streets. Gandalf did not leave immediately. He stayed to help Aldrich establish a house of healing at the forest's edge, where the scholar could channel his grief into helping others. The Ring of Morith was taken far away, to be sealed in a vault beneath the White City, where its power could no longer prey upon grieving hearts. Years later, travelers would speak of Ravenkeep not as a place of shadows and spirits, but as a haven of healing. And if sometimes, on quiet nights, the sound of ancient voices could be heard in the forest, they no longer spoke of power and dominion, but of peace and acceptance. Standing at the forest's edge one last time before departing, Gandalf reflected that some battles are won not with swords or spells, but with understanding and compassion. The greatest magic, he knew, lay not in mastering death, but in embracing life with all its joys and sorrows. And in the gentle breeze that rustled through the now peaceful forest, he could almost hear the gratitude of the ancient kings, finally allowed to rest in their eternal slumber. Story 3. The ancient halls of Rivendell echoed with troubled voices as snow fell unseasonably from steel-gray skies. Elrond's message had been clear. The winters were growing longer, the frost more bitter, and something ancient stirred in the frozen peaks of the north. Gandalf the Grey stood at a frost-covered window, his reflection ghostly in the crystalline patterns that seemed to grow even as he watched. The elven prophecy lay open before him, its words glowing with a subtle power when the worm of winter stirs from its ancient slumber. 5 flames must unite, lest eternal frost bind the world in chains of ice. The wizard's weathered fingers traced the illuminated text, feeling the weight of both prophecy and responsibility settling upon his shoulders. The worm was awakening. Already, its presence could be felt in the unnaturally harsh winters, in the creeping frost that refused to yield to spring's touch. But the 5 eternal fires, kept by the separate peoples of Middle-earth, had not burned together since the First Age. Pride, ancient grudges, and deep-seated mistrust kept their guardians apart. Gandalf's journey began in the depths of the Iron Mountains, where the dwarven kingdoms guarded the flame of the forge. The halls of King Thorin Stonefist echoed with the ring of hammers and the glow of molten metal, but the welcome was as cold as the winter wind outside. The flame of the forge has protected our people for millennia, Thorin declared, his voice as unyielding as the mountain itself. Why should we risk it now, especially in the company of elves? His eyes narrowed at the mere suggestion. Because the worm's frost will freeze even the deepest forges, Gandalf replied quietly. And your halls, mighty though they are, will become tombs of ice. It took 3 days of debate, ancient oaths recalled, and finally a demonstration of the growing power of the frost before Thorin reluctantly agreed. The flame of the forge, burning with the heart of the mountain itself, would join Gandalf's quest. In Verdiclaro, the hidden realm of the woodland elves, Lady Ithilien guarded the flame of the stars, its silver-blue light a reflection of the heavens themselves. Her resistance came not from pride but from fear. The flames were separated for a reason. Mithrandir, she warned, using his elven name. Together, their power could be as dangerous as the worm itself. Some say it was the joining of the flames that woke the creature in the First Age, yet even as they spoke, frost crept up the Malorn trees, threatening the heart of the elven sanctuary. The flame of the stars would join the quest, carried in a crystal lantern that sang with starlight. The men of Vale proved easier to convince, perhaps because they had felt the worm's power most directly. Their flame of the sun, burning with the golden light of dawn, was already faltering against the creeping cold. Lord Eldred surrendered it with both hope and trepidation, along with his own son as escort. The riders of Rohan guarded the flame of the plains, its light the color of summer grass and running horses. They too had felt the unnatural winter's bite, their legendary horses growing weak in the perpetual cold. The flame joined the growing company, carried by their finest rider. The final flame proved the most challenging to secure. Deep in the withered heath, where even dragons feared to roost, the mysterious marsh wardens kept the flame of life, its green fire burning with the very essence of growth and renewal. Their guardian, an ageless woman named Moira, had not left her swamp in living memory. The flames remember, she whispered, her eyes reflecting centuries of secrets. They remember when they were one, and they yearn to unite again. But unity brings both salvation and danger. As the company journeyed north, toward the worm's lair, the fires began to respond to each other's presence. The flames danced and reached for one another, their lights blending in beautiful but unsettling ways. And with each passing day, the cold grew more intense, the frost more persistent. They found the worm's lair in a valley of perpetual ice, where even the air seemed frozen. The creature was magnificent and terrible to behold, scales like glaciers, eyes like frozen stars, and breath that could freeze flame itself. Around it, reality had begun to crystallize, the very fabric of the world slowly transforming into eternal ice. The battle that followed was not one of violence, but of power and transformation. As the flames were brought together, their light created a spectrum of power that had not been seen since the world was young. The worm roared its defiance, unleashing waves of primordial cold that threatened to extinguish each flame. But Gandalf had learned something in his quest to unite the fires. The true power lay not in the flames themselves, but in what they represented, the unity of the free peoples, the warmth of cooperation overcoming the cold of distrust. As the flames finally merged, their light revealed a truth long forgotten. The worm was not a creature of destruction, but a guardian of balance, awakening only when the world's powers fell out of alignment. The very separation of the flames had disrupted that balance, causing the eternal winter as the world sought to right itself. Under Gandalf's guidance, the united flames did not destroy the worm, but instead restored the equilibrium. The creature's frost tempered the flame's heat, while their warmth softened its cold. Balance was restored, and with it came a new understanding among the peoples of Middle-earth. The flames were separated once more, but differently now. Each still burned in its respective realm, but they remained connected, their lights dancing in harmony rather than isolation. The dwarves of the Iron Mountains forged new alliances with the elves of Erdiclaro, while the men of Vale and the riders of Rohan established new trade routes through the Marsh Warden's territory. As spring finally returned to the land, Gandalf stood once again in Rivendell, watching the last of the unnatural frost melt away. The prophecy had been fulfilled, but not in the way anyone had expected. The greatest victory had not been over the worm, but over the distrust that had divided the free peoples for so long. In the years that followed, travelers would speak of how the eternal fires burned brighter than ever before, their lights sometimes seeming to dance in patterns that matched the others, even across vast distances. And if sometimes on the coldest nights, the worm's roar echoed from the northern peaks, it was no longer a sound of threat, but a reminder of the delicate balance that kept their world alive. Story 4. The white towers of Minas Tirith gleamed in the summer sun, but within the ancient halls of the White Council, a shadow of concern darkened every face. Gandalf the Grey stood before his fellow council members, his weathered hands holding a staff that no longer hummed with its usual power. Around the circular chamber, other wizards and elven lords tested their own magical implements, finding them similarly diminished. "It begins slowly," Lady Galadriel spoke, her voice carrying the weight of centuries. "Like the tide pulling away from shore, magic ebbs from our most ancient enchantments. The barriers that guard Lothlórien grow thin. The gates of Moria no longer answer to their words of power. Even the simplest spells require more strength than before." Saruman the White leaned forward, his dark eyes intense. We must find the source of this drain and stop it. The magical protections that guard Middle-earth cannot be allowed to fail, but Gandalf remained silent, his mind racing through centuries of lore and legend. There was something familiar about this fading, something that tickled the edges of his ancient memory. In the library of Minas Tirith, among scrolls that crumbled at a touch, he found his answer, and with it, a truth that would shake the foundations of their world. The account was written in a script so old it predated the elven tongues. Magic was not born in spells and staves, but in the very breath of Arda. The first wizards did not create magic, they chained it, bound it, forced it to their will. They called this mastery, but it was imprisonment. As Gandalf delved deeper into the ancient texts, more evidence emerged. The first wizards, fearing magic's wild and unpredictable nature, had worked a great spell at the dawn of time. They had bound magic itself into patterns and rules, creating the structured systems of power that all current magic users relied upon. But now, after countless ages, those bonds were finally weakening. In the weeks that followed, the signs became impossible to ignore. In the Shire, simple farming charms failed, leaving crops vulnerable to frost. In Rivendell, healing spells that had worked for millennia began to sputter and fade. Yet amid this decay, new and strange magical phenomena began to appear. Spontaneous bursts of transformation, windows opening between distant places, objects coming alive with their own consciousness. The White Council convened again, this time in Lothlorien's fading glory. The great Lórien trees, once preserved in eternal summer by elven magic, now showed the first signs of autumn. The debate raged for days. Should they attempt to strengthen the ancient bonds, preserving their control over magic? Or was it time to face a new age, one where magic ran wild and free? Gandalf stood at the heart of this storm, feeling the pull of both sides. The structured magic of the wizards had protected Middle-earth for ages, its predictable patterns a shield against chaos. Yet in his heart, he felt the rightness of magic's rebellion, its desire to return to its natural state. Perhaps he finally spoke, his voice cutting through the heated debate. We have been asking the wrong question. We speak of control and mastery, but what if magic is not meant to be mastered? What if, like a river, it is meant to flow freely? His words were met with outcry. Saruman, in particular, reacted with near fury. You would have us surrender our power? Leave the peoples of Middle-earth defenseless against the shadows that threaten them? Not defenseless, Gandalf replied quietly. Different. Look around us, magic is not dying. It is transforming. We must learn to work with it, not command it. The decision was not made easily, nor without cost. In the end, it was an event in the gardens of Rivendell that decided the matter. As the council argued, a group of elven children played among the failing enchantments. Where the old magic faded, they unconsciously created new kinds, butterflies made of morning light, flowers that sang with their own voices, paths that rearranged themselves in playful patterns. Their magic was wild and untaught, but it flowed as naturally as breathing. Watching them, Gandalf understood. The age of structured magic was ending, but something new, something perhaps more wonderful, was being born. With great ceremony, the White Council made their choice. Rather than fight the change, they would guide it. The ancient bonds would be allowed to fade naturally, while they turned their efforts to understanding and teaching the new ways of magic. The transition was not easy. As the old barriers fell, magic flooded back into the world in unpredictable ways. Forests came alive with new enchantments. Weather responded to emotions. Distance became a suggestion rather than a law. Yet amid the chaos, a new order began to emerge, not imposed from without, but growing naturally from within. Gandalf found himself playing a new role, no longer a master of magic, but its student and guide. He traveled throughout Middle-earth, helping communities adapt to the changes. Where once he had taught spells and incantations, now he taught understanding and harmony with a natural flow of power. Some of his fellow wizards chose different paths. Saruman retreated to Isengard, still trying to maintain the old ways. Others, like Radagast, embraced the change completely, becoming one with the wild magic of nature. The elves, with their deep connection to the world's music, adapted most readily, their songs and arts evolving to work with magic's new freedom. Years passed, and a different Middle-earth emerged. The great structured enchantments of old were gone, but in their place arose a world where magic was as natural as breathing, as varied as thought itself. Gardens bloomed with flowers that had never existed before, their colors changing with the moods of passersby. Children learned to speak with the wind and dance with living shadows. Even the dwarves found new ways to work with metal and stone, creating works that would have been impossible under the old laws. Standing atop the tower of Minas Tirith, watching the sunset paint the sky in colors that had no names, Gandalf reflected on the change he had helped shepherd. The world was more unpredictable now, true, but also more alive, more wondrous. Magic, freed from its chains, had not destroyed their world, but transformed it into something perhaps closer to what it was always meant to be. In the end, he realized, their greatest magic had been the courage to let go. Story 5. The wasteland stretched before Gandalf like a wound in the world itself, its barren earth cracked and lifeless where once verdant forests had stood. He had come to these forsaken lands at the urgent request of an old friend, Aldrich the Wanderer, but found only empty ruins and an uneasy silence that spoke of deeper wounds than mere drought or war could inflict. In the remnants of what had once been a thriving village, the wizard found his first clue. A small boy named Finn, no more than 10 years old, sitting cross-legged in the dust, his eyes closed as if listening to a distant song. What caught Gandalf's attention wasn't the boy's unusual stillness, but the faint, silvery marks that spiraled across his skin like ancient runes, glowing softly in the dying light. "They're crying," Finn said without opening his eyes, his voice carrying an echo of something ancient and profound. "The spirits of the earth, they're dying, and few can hear their pain anymore." Gandalf knelt beside the child, his weathered hand hovering over the glowing markings. They pulsed with a magic older than any he had encountered in his centuries of wandering magic that spoke of the world's first dawn, when the very elements themselves had been given voice and form. "How long have you been able to hear them?" Gandalf asked gently. "Since the sickness came," Finn replied, finally opening eyes that seemed to shift between earthen brown and crystal blue. "First the crops failed, then the wells dried up. The adults said it was just drought, but I could hear the truth. Something's poisoning the earth itself." Through Finn's gift, Gandalf began to perceive what the boy meant. The ground beneath them resonated with a discordant hum, like an instrument slowly being pulled out of tune. This was no natural disaster, but something far more sinister, a corruption that reached back to the world's foundations. Their journey into the deep places of the earth began the next morning. Finn led the way with unfailing certainty, following voices that only he could hear clearly. Through ancient caverns they traveled, past crystal formations that sang mournful songs and underground rivers that whispered secrets in forgotten tongues. The deeper they went, the more Gandalf understood. The markings on Finn's skin were not just decorative. They were a map of the Earth's vital energies, a living representation of the bonds between the physical world and the spirits that gave it life. And those bonds were unraveling. In the heart of a vast underground chamber, they found the source of the corruption, a black crystal altar, clearly artificial, throbbing with malevolent energy. Around it lay the remains of an ancient ritual circle, its runes speaking of the first Dark Lord's earliest attempts to dominate not just the peoples of Middle-earth, but the very spirits of the land itself. "It's a prison," Finn whispered, his markings glowing brighter in the darkness. He tried to enslave the earth spirits, to bind them to his will. When he failed, the poison of his magic remained, spreading slowly through the centuries like a disease. Gandalf studied the altar with growing concern. The spirits were meant to be free, to flow through the world like blood through veins. Their imprisonment is killing them, and with them, the land itself, but destroying the altar proved more challenging than expected. Its dark magic had grown roots deep into the earth's essence, and simply breaking it might cause more harm than good. It required a more subtle approach, one that only Finn, with his unique connection to the earth spirits, could provide. For 3 days and nights, they worked together, Gandalf drawing upon his centuries of magical knowledge, Finn serving as a conduit to the imprisoned spirits. The boy's markings grew brighter and more complex with each passing hour, spreading until they covered him entirely in flowing patterns of light. The ritual they created was unlike anything in the recorded lore of Middle-earth. It didn't seek to control or direct the Earth's power, but rather to ask for its cooperation, to heal rather than command. Finn sang in the ancient tongue of the spirits, his voice carrying both youth's innocence and wisdom's weight, while Gandalf wove spells of unmaking around the altar's dark enchantments. The chamber began to shake, not with destruction, but with awakening. The black crystal altar cracked, not with violence, but with release, like ice breaking in spring. From its shattered remains rose streams of light in every color imaginable, the earth spirits finally breaking free from their ancient prison. They swirled around Finn in a dance of jubilation, their voices rising in a chorus that even Gandalf could now hear clearly. The boy laughed, his markings blazing like starlight as the spirits shared their joy and gratitude. But the spirits did more than simply celebrate their freedom. Through Finn, they shared knowledge long forgotten, how to heal the poisoned lands, how to restore balance to places long dead, how to work with the earth's natural forces, rather than attempting to bend them to mortal will. As they emerged from the underground chamber, they found the wasteland already beginning to transform. Grass sprouted from cracked earth, wells bubbled with fresh water, and the very air seemed to pulse with renewed life. The earth spirits, free to flow once more through their natural paths, began the long work of healing their realm. Finn's gift didn't fade with the completion of their task. Instead, it evolved. The markings on his skin became less visible, but never fully disappeared, shifting and changing with the seasons and the needs of the land. He became a bridge between the world of men and the spirits of the earth, teaching others to listen to the land's voice, even if they couldn't hear it as clearly as he could. Gandalf, for his part, found his own understanding of magic profoundly changed by the experience. He had long known that the greatest powers in Middle-earth were not those that sought to dominate, but those that worked in harmony with the world's natural rhythms. Finn had taught him that sometimes the wisest voice could come from the youngest soul, and that the earth itself had never forgotten its first songs. Men had simply forgotten how to listen. As he prepared to depart, Gandalf watched Finn teaching younger children how to feel the earth's pulse beneath their feet, how to listen to the wind's stories, how to understand the languages of root and stone. In the boy's patient teachings, the wizard saw hope for a future where the relationships between men and the spirits of the earth might be renewed. The earth never forgets those who listen to its voice, Finn said as they parted. His eyes, still shifting between earth and sky, held wisdom far beyond his years. And neither will I forget what you taught me about courage and trust, Gandalf smiled, knowing that while he had come to these lands as a teacher, he had also become a student of one of the most profound magics of all, the simple power of listening to the world's oldest voices. Story 6. Dawn had not yet kissed the peaks of the Shadow Mountains when Gandalf the Grey first noticed the strange crystalline glimmer beneath the morning mist. The old wizard paused his ascent, his weathered hand gripping his staff as he peered through the swirling vapor. After centuries of wandering the paths of Middle-earth, he had learned to trust such subtle signs they often led to the most remarkable discoveries or the most terrible dangers. The crystalline cave mouth sparkled like morning frost, almost hidden behind ancient vines that seemed to have grown specifically to conceal its existence. Gandalf's keen eyes noticed that the vines bore patterns too regular to be natural elvish script, grown into the very fabric of the plants. As he brushed his fingers across the leaves, they shimmered with a faint blue light, and ancient words became clear. Here lies the memory of stars, where truth sleeps beneath crystal wings with a word of power that echoed through the mountain silence. Gandalf caused the vines to part, revealing a passage that descended deep into the mountain's heart. Crystal formations lined the walls, their faces catching the light from his staff and multiplying it thousandfold, creating an otherworldly glow that illuminated a vast chamber below. As he descended the worn stone steps, each footfall echoed with the weight of ages. The chamber opened into what could only be described as a library, but unlike any Gandalf had seen in all his long years. Instead of paper or parchment, the records were stored within the crystals themselves. Towering crystalline formations rose from floor to ceiling, each facet containing what appeared to be moving images, frozen in time until touched by one who knew how to read them. As Gandalf moved deeper into the library, his reflection multiplied in countless crystal faces, each showing a slightly different version of himself, some younger, some older, some that might never come to be. He recognized this as far more than simple magic. This was a place where time itself had been captured and preserved, a repository of knowledge that the elves had hidden away in an age-long past. But it was the central crystal, a massive formation that rose like a frozen fountain from the chamber's heart, that drew his immediate attention. Within its depths, a rhythmic pulse of dark red light beat like a heart of flame. As Gandalf approached, the images within the crystal began to move more rapidly, showing him glimpses of an ancient battle, a dragon of impossible size, its scales black as the void between stars. Locked in combat with what appeared to be the combined forces of elves and the Astari of old. Placing his hand upon the crystal's surface, Gandalf felt knowledge flow into his mind like a river of ice. The dragon was Morgulith, the Void Drake, firstborn of the great worms, sealed away not dead but dreaming, when the world was young. The crystal library was built not just to contain knowledge, but to maintain the spells that kept the dragon in its ageless slumber. And according to the complex astronomical calculations carved into the chamber's floor, the seals were about to fail. The revelation struck Gandalf like a physical blow. The alignment of stars that had bound Morgulith was coming undone, a celestial event that occurred only once every 1,000 years. He had mere weeks before the dragon would begin to stir, and if it fully awakened, its ancient hunger would threaten not just the nearby kingdoms, but all of Middle-earth. Yet as Gandalf delved deeper into the library's mysteries, he discovered something even more troubling. The dragon's binding was not a simple prison, it was a seal, holding back something far worse. Morgulith's dreams were all that stood between the world of the living and an ancient darkness that had nearly devoured all of creation in the time before time. The dragon was both prisoner and guardian, its eternal dreaming creating a barrier that protected reality itself. Days passed as Gandalf searched the crystal archives, seeking a solution to this impossible riddle. He learned of the 7 stars of sealing, magical gems that had been used in the original binding. If he could locate these artifacts, scattered across Middle-earth by their original bearers, he might be able to strengthen the weakening bonds. But time was short, and the stars were already beginning to align. As he prepared to leave the library, gathering what knowledge he could into his memory, Gandalf made one final discovery. Hidden in a small crystal no larger than his palm, he found the truth that changed everything. Morgulith had not been imprisoned against its will. The great dragon had volunteered for its eternal vigil, sacrificing its freedom to protect the world from a horror it had helped to unleash. The so-called prison was actually the dragon's chosen post, and its dreams were not the tormented visions of a captured beast, but the conscious efforts of a dedicated guardian. This revelation brought both hope and complication to Gandalf's task. The dragon could not simply be allowed to slumber forever. It deserved the chance to choose its fate again. Yet awakening such a powerful being, even one that had once chosen the path of sacrifice, carried enormous risk. The world had changed much in the millennia since Morguleth's sacrifice, and there was no guarantee the dragon would make the same choice again. Standing once more at the library's entrance, Gandalf watched the sun set behind the mountains, painting the crystals in shades of amber and gold. He had come seeking knowledge and found instead a task that would test not just his power, but his wisdom. The fate of Middle-earth would depend not on battle or force of arms, but on his ability to understand and honor the choices made in ages past while protecting the future. As darkness fell, Gandalf began his descent from the mountain, his mind already turning to the challenges ahead. He would need allies in this quest, not an army, but a carefully chosen few who could help him gather the 7 stars and reach Morguleth's dreaming mind before the celestial alignment was complete. And somehow, he would need to find a way to honor both the dragon's ancient sacrifice and its right to choose its own path forward. The stars were already beginning to shift in the darkening sky, their light catching in the crystals behind him. Time was short, but Gandalf had learned long ago that the greatest adventures often began with a single step into the unknown. With a silent prayer to the Veiler, he set out into the gathering night, carrying with him secrets that had slumbered in crystal dreams for an age of the world. The real question, he mused as he walked, was not whether to wake the dragon, but whether the world was ready for what would follow. Sometimes, he had learned, the greatest dangers came not from ancient evils, but from forcing a choice between two goods. As he vanished into the mountain's shadows, the crystal cave continued its silent vigil, its secrets once again hidden behind their veil of enchanted vines, waiting for the time when all would be decided, for good or ill. Story 7. The messenger arrived at twilight, when the first stars were beginning to pierce the violet sky over Rivendell. Gandalf the Grey stood upon a marble balcony, smoke rings from his pipe drifting lazily upward, when he sensed Galadriel's urgent summons echoing in his mind. The Lady of Elreen's mental touch carried with it images that made even the ancient wizard's heart grow cold. Golden Lórien leaves turning black, ancient trees withering from within, and a creeping darkness that no elven magic could halt. Within the hour, Gandalf was astride Shadowfax, the great horse's hooves thundering across the moonlit plains toward the golden woods of Lothlórien. As they rode, he observed disturbing changes in the landscape, patches of dead grass spreading like ink stains across the fertile earth, trees whose leaves hung limp and colorless, and an unsettling silence where bird song should have filled the air. The transformation of Lothlórien itself struck him like a physical blow. The legendary Golden Woods, home to some of the most ancient and powerful elven magic in Middle-earth, were dying. The Lórien trees, normally radiant with silver and gold, now stood like pale ghosts of their former glory. Their leaves, when they fell, crumbled to ash before touching the ground. Galadriel awaited him in her garden, her immortal face lined with concern. "The forest dies, Mithrandir," she said, using his elven name. "Our magic fails against this blight. It is as if something is devouring not just the life of the trees, but their very essence." As Gandalf examined the afflicted trees, recognition dawned in his ancient eyes. The pattern of decay, the way the life force was being drained, rather than simply dying. He had seen this before, centuries ago, when teaching a particularly gifted apprentice about the deep magics that bound life to the earth. "Aldamir," he whispered, the name tasting like ashes in his mouth. Galadriel's eyes widened. "Your apprentice?" "We believed him lost in the fall of Fernost, as did I," Gandalf replied grimly. "But this is his work. I would know it anywhere." This was one of his earliest fascinations, the ability to transfer life force from one being to another. I forbade him from pursuing it further. When I realized the darkness, it was awakening in his heart. The truth struck him with the weight of centuries of regret. Aldamir had not died the day Infernost, he had merely disappeared, taking with him forbidden knowledge and a heart turned bitter by rejection. Now he had returned, wielding the corrupted knowledge against the very forests that had once nurtured his learning. Through careful magical tracking, Gandalf and Galadriel discovered the epicenter of the blight, an ancient stone circle deep within the dying woods. Here, the destruction was absolute. The ground itself had turned to gray powder, and the air hummed with dark energy. Written in black fire upon the central stone was a message. "Come alone, old friend. It's time we finished our last lesson." Despite Galadriel's protests, Gandalf knew he had to face his former apprentice alone. This was his burden to bear, his mistake to correct. As night fell, he made his way to the stone circle, his staff's light creating strange shadows among the withered trees. Aldamir waited in the circle's center, but he was changed. His once bright eyes now burned with an unnatural green fire, and his skin had taken on the texture of ancient bark. He had become a terrible fusion of man and tree, a living embodiment of his corrupted powers. "Welcome, Master," he said, his voice rustling like dead leaves. "Have you come to complete my education, or to destroy your greatest failure?" "I've come to help you, old friend," Gandalf replied softly. "It's not too late to stop this." Aldamir laughed, a sound like breaking branches. "Help me. You abandoned me when I sought to push the boundaries of our art. But look what I've achieved alone. I've learned to take the very life force of nature itself, to make its power my own. Soon, I'll be strong enough to challenge the very laws of death." As they spoke, Gandalf noticed something crucial. Aldamir was dying. The very power he was stealing was consuming him from within, turning him into something neither fully alive nor truly dead. The blight wasn't just his weapon. It was the only thing keeping him alive. What followed was not merely a battle of spells, but a desperate attempt by a teacher to save his former student from himself. As Aldamir hurled blasts of corrupted natural energy, Gandalf defended himself while trying to make his former apprentice understand the price of his actions. Their magic clashed in spectacular displays, green lightning against white flame, shadow against light. But it was not Gandalf's power that ultimately turned the tide, it was his compassion. In a crucial moment, instead of striking back against one of Aldamir's attacks, he stepped forward and embraced his former student. The simple act of forgiveness, of acceptance, broke through centuries of bitterness. Aldamir's defenses crumbled, along with his physical form. As the corrupted magic began to fade, he looked up at his old master with clearing eyes. "I only wanted to understand," he whispered, "to know the secrets you wouldn't share. Some secrets," Gandalf replied gently, "are kept hidden because their price is too high. But you are never a failure, my friend." Only lost in his final moments, Aldamir used what remained of his power not to destroy, but to heal. His body dissolved into pure energy that spread through the forest like golden rain, restoring life to the blighted woods. The trees of Lothlórien shimmered as their vitality returned, leaves turning from black to gold once more. Standing in the stone circle, now covered in fresh moss and sprouting flowers, Gandalf felt both victory and deep sadness. He had saved the forest, but at the cost of losing his apprentice twice. Yet in Aldamir's final choice, he had found hope, the knowledge that even the darkest heart could find redemption. As dawn broke over renewed Lothlórien, Galadriel found him there, planting a young Malorn sapling in the circle's center. "To remember," he said simply, "both the price of pride and the power of forgiveness, the sapling would grow to become one of the mightiest trees in the forest, its leaves shimmering with an inner light that reminded all who saw it that even in the darkest of places, hope could take root and grow anew." Story 8. Snow fell in thick, silent curtains as Gandalf the Grey trudged through the deepening drifts toward the village of Willowbrook. The winter storm had come suddenly, unnaturally, forcing him to seek shelter before nightfall. But as he approached the cluster of snow-covered cottages, something felt profoundly wrong. No smoke rose from the chimneys. No lanterns glowed in windows. The entire village lay silent under its white blanket, as if frozen in time. The first house he checked held sleeping figures in their beds, looking peaceful, but unnaturally still. The second house was the same, and the third. Every inhabitant of Willowbrook lay in deep slumber, their breathing so shallow it was barely perceptible. Only their dreams, visible to Gandalf's magical sight as swirling colors above their heads, showed any sign of life. "They won't wake," came a soft voice behind him. "I've tried everything." Gandalf turned to find a young woman standing in the doorway, her dark hair streaked with silver, her eyes carrying the weight of many sleepless nights. She introduced herself as Arya, the village healer, and the only person immune to whatever spell had claimed the rest of Willowbrook. "How long?" Gandalf asked, his keen eyes studying the patterns of dreamlight above the sleeping villagers. 3 weeks now," Arya replied, wringing her hands. "But that's not the strangest part. Watch." She approached one of the sleepers, a young boy, and placed her hand on his forehead. Immediately, her eyes took on a silvery glow, and she seemed to enter a trance. After a moment, she withdrew her hand, shaking. "I can enter their dreams," she explained. "They're all connected somehow, sharing the same dreamscape. But something's in there with them, something that's feeding on their dreams." Gandalf's expression grew grave. He had heard of such entities in ancient lore, dream devourers, creatures that existed in the spaces between sleeping and waking. But they had been sealed away ages ago, in the time before the rise of men. Together, they spent the night examining the sleepers, with Arya showing Gandalf how the dreams were slowly being drained, leaving behind pale, colorless wisps where once vibrant dreams had floated. The wizard began to understand why the winter had come so suddenly. The dream devourer was not just consuming dreams, but the very essence of life and warmth from the waking world. "I must enter the dreamscape myself," Gandalf declared as dawn approached. "But I warn you, Arya, magic behaves differently in the realm of dreams. My powers there may not work as they do here. I'll guide you," she offered. "I've mapped much of the dreamscape over these weeks. I know its paths, even if I haven't found the heart of the darkness." Using ancient magic and Arya's unique ability, they prepared for the journey into the shared dreams of Willowbrook. As they sat before the hearth fire, Gandalf clutched his staff while Arya held his other hand, creating a bridge between their minds and the realm of dreams. The transition was like falling through layers of colored mist. When they emerged, they stood in a version of Willowbrook that seemed to have been painted by a mad artist, houses twisted into impossible shapes, trees that grew upside down, and paths that curved into spirals through the air. Here, Gandalf's magic manifested in strange ways. When he attempted to create light, butterflies of flame emerged from his staff instead. When he tried to sense the direction of the dream devourer, the very ground rippled like water under their feet. They found the villagers' dream selves wandering through this landscape, each living out their own fantasies while remaining unaware of their true situation. But as Gandalf and Arya ventured deeper into the dreamscape, the scenes grew darker, more distorted. They began to find empty spaces where dreams had been completely consumed, leaving behind only gray void. At the heart of the dreamscape, they discovered the dream devourer, a creature that seemed to be made of living shadow and forgotten memories. It loomed over a vast pool of swirling dreams, absorbing them one by one, growing stronger with each dream it consumed. But as Gandalf prepared to confront the creature, he noticed something crucial. The dream devourer wasn't simply destroying the dreams, it was trying to piece together its own lost memory, attempting to remember what it had been before becoming a creature of shadow. Instead of attacking, Gandalf did something unexpected. He offered the creature one of his own dreams, a memory of the world's creation, which he had witnessed ages ago. The dream devourer hesitated, drawn to the ancient memory's power and beauty. As it absorbed Gandalf's dream, the creature began to transform. The shadow peeled away, revealing the form of a fallen Maya, one of Gandalf's own kind who had become lost in the spaces between worlds, forgotten even by itself. Arya, using her power as a dream walker, helped the transformed being release its hold on the villagers' dreams. The stolen dreams returned to their rightful owners in a spectacular display of flowing colors and light, like a reverse aurora borealis. The winter storm outside began to fade as warmth returned to the waking world. One by one, the villagers began to stir from their long slumber, carrying only faint memories of strange and wonderful dreams. The fallen Maya, now restored, could not remain in the world of the living. But before it departed for the undying lands, it blessed Arya with a gift, the ability to not just walk in dreams, but to heal them, to mend nightmares and ease troubled souls. As Gandalf prepared to leave Willowbrook the next morning, he found Arya tending to the villagers, who were still shaky, but recovering well. The experience had changed her. There was now a certainty in her movements, a deeper understanding in her eyes. Dreams are powerful things, Gandalf told her as they said their farewells. They can trap us, but they can also set us free. You understand this better than most now, Arya nodded, her silver-streaked hair catching the light of the true dawn. And sometimes, she added with a smile, the most important dreams are the ones we share. As Gandalf walked away from Willowbrook, the morning sun warming his back, he reflected on how even the darkest of creatures could find redemption through understanding. The village behind him was awakening fully now, its people emerging into the sunlight, their dreams once again their own, but perhaps a little richer for having been shared. Story 9. The traveler lay dying beneath an ancient oak tree, his blue robe stained dark with blood from wounds no ordinary weapon could have inflicted. As Gandalf knelt beside him, the man's trembling hands pressed a staff into the wizard's grasp, a remarkable piece of craftsmanship that seemed to pulse with its own inner light, its surface etched with runes that shifted like living things. "Take it," the stranger whispered, his accent marking him as one from the far eastern lands. "They must not. Find it." His last breath carried away words in a language Gandalf had not heard in over 1,000 years, the secret tongue of the Istari. The realization struck Gandalf like lightning. This was no ordinary traveler, but one of the Blue Wizards, those mysterious members of his order who had ventured into the East ages ago and never returned. But what had driven him so far west, and what had wounded him so grievously? The new staff responded to Gandalf's touch with unexpected power, amplifying his magic in ways that both thrilled and troubled him. When he cast a simple illumination spell, the entire forest blazed with blue-white light. When he sought to sense the presence of evil, the staff revealed layers of reality he had never perceived before. But with this power came disturbing visions, flashes of vast desert cities, battles against shadows that wore human faces, and most troublingly, glimpses of his two blue brothers facing a darkness that seemed to devour light itself. The staff was not just a tool, it was a repository of memories, a chronicle of the Blue Wizard's mission in the East. Determined to understand the fate of his fellow Istari, Gandalf began a journey eastward, following the trail of magical residue that the dying wizard had left behind. The staff guided him, its runes glowing brighter as they approached places of significance to its former bearer. In a hidden valley between the misty mountains and the eastern wastes, Gandalf discovered the first real clue, an ancient sanctuary, its walls covered in elaborate murals depicting the Blue Wizard's journey. The images showed them discovering an ancient evil in the east, not a dark lord like Sauron, but something more insidious, a curse that turned wisdom into corruption, slowly transforming great civilizations into shadows of their former selves. As Gandalf studied the murals, he was ambushed by figures wrapped in shadow cloth, their weapons wreathed in dark flame. They moved like smoke, their attacks coming from impossible angles. Only the enhanced power of the blue wizard's staff kept them at bay, its light seeming to cause them physical pain. From one defeated attacker, Gandalf recovered a medallion bearing a familiar symbol, the Eye of the East, an ancient order dedicated to maintaining balance between light and darkness. But the medallion was corrupted, its surface covered in creeping shadows that seemed to whisper in forgotten tongues. Through meditation with the staff, Gandalf pieced together the truth. The blue wizards had discovered that the East was falling to a subtle darkness, one that worked not through conquest, but through corruption. They had formed the Eye of the East to combat this threat, but something had gone terribly wrong. The very order they created had been corrupted, turned against its founders. Following magical traces through ancient ruins and hidden pathways, Gandalf finally reached the city of Luminar, last known location of the Blue Wizards. The city was a marvel of architecture, with spires that seemed to pierce the clouds and bridges that spanned impossible gaps. But beneath its beauty lurked wrongness shadows that moved against the sun, and people who smiled too widely with eyes that never blinked. In the city's heart, Gandalf found a vast library where the second blue wizard had made his last stand. The battle had left its mark, books turned to stone, floors warped by powerful spells, and walls marked with the residue of magical combat. Here, the staff's memories became clearer, showing Gandalf the final confrontation. The Blue Wizards had discovered an ancient artifact, the Shadow Prism, which had the power to cleanse corruption, but could also be used to spread it. They had tried to destroy it, but its power had proved too great. In desperation, they had split their power and knowledge between two staves, hiding the truth of the prism's location in a maze of memories and magic. Now Gandalf understood his dying brother's mission. He had been trying to reach the West, to seek help in finishing what they had started. The corruption was spreading, and without intervention, it would eventually reach even the shores of Middle-earth. But the staff held one final secret. As Gandalf deciphered the shifting runes, he realized that the Blue Wizards had not failed. They had sacrificed themselves to create a seal, using their own essence to contain the corruption. The staff wasn't just a weapon or a repository of memories. It was half of the key to either strengthening or breaking that seal. Standing in that ancient library, Gandalf faced a choice. He could use the staff's power to track down the Shadow Prism and attempt to destroy it once and for all, a dangerous gambit that could potentially release the corruption entirely. Or he could follow his brother's example and use the staff to reinforce their sacrifice, strengthening the seal that held the darkness at bay. In the end, Gandalf chose to honor his fallen brother's wisdom. In a ritual that lasted 3 days and 3 nights, he merged the staff's power with the existing seal, reinforcing it with his own knowledge of the West's magic. The staff dissolved into pure light, its runes transforming into a new layer of wards that would contain the corruption for another age of the world. Before leaving Luminar, Gandalf ensured that the truth of the Blue Wizard's sacrifice would not be forgotten. He left a record in the library, written in a code that only another Istari could decipher, telling of 2 brothers who gave everything to protect not just their adopted lands, but all of Middle-earth from a darkness that corrupts wisdom itself. As he journeyed home, Gandalf carried with him new knowledge and a deeper understanding of sacrifice. The Blue Wizards had not failed or abandoned their mission, as many in the West believed. They had fought a different kind of darkness, one that required not a great battle, but an eternal vigilance. Their victory was not in defeating the enemy, but in ensuring it remained contained, their sacrifice a quiet but essential chapter in the long tale of Middle-earth's protection. Story 10. The disturbance in the Shire began with a simple anomaly, a patch of summer flowers blooming in the dead of winter. Gandalf might have dismissed it as a peculiar but natural occurrence had he not noticed the butterfly that emerged from one of these flowers. A butterfly he distinctly remembered seeing 300 years ago in the gardens of Rivendell. As he approached the mysterious flower patch, the air before him shimmered like heat waves rising from sun-baked stones. Through this shimmer, Gandalf caught glimpses of other times, ancient battles, future possibilities, moments that were and moments that might never be. A temporal portal had opened in the peaceful hills of the Shire, and with it came a revelation that chilled the old wizard to his core. Through the portal's shifting surface, he witnessed a gathering of dark-robed figures in a chamber that seemed to exist outside of time itself. These were the chronolites, an ancient order of renegade wizards who had been banished from the known world for attempting to manipulate the flow of time. They were working on something massive, a spell that would reach back through the ages to prevent the defeat of Morgoth, the first Dark Lord. Before Gandalf could withdraw from the vision, one of the chronolites sensed his presence. The figure turned, revealing a face that was both ancient and familiar. It was himself, or rather, a version of himself from a timeline where he had made very different choices. "Brother," the other Gandalf spoke, his voice echoing across the centuries. "We wondered when you would find us." The portal suddenly expanded, pulling Gandalf into the temporal crossroads. He found himself in a vast chamber where countless moments in time intersected like threads in an infinite tapestry. The air hummed with powerful magic, and floating crystals captured scenes from different eras of Middle-earth's history. The other Gandalf, who called himself Kronos, explained their mission with the fervor of the truly convinced. "We've seen every possible future, brother. In each one, darkness eventually prevails. The only solution is to return to the source to ensure Morgoth's victory when the world was young. From that darkness, a better order can arise." But Gandalf saw the madness in this plan. The chronolites had spent so long studying time that they'd lost sight of its true nature. They viewed it as something to be engineered, rather than a river that needed to flow its natural course. As they spoke, more temporal portals began opening throughout Middle-earth. Gandalf could sense them, windows into different eras appearing in forests, mountains, and ancient ruins. Through some of these portals stepped younger versions of himself, drawn to this crucial moment by the same instinct that had led him to investigate the winter flowers. The chamber became a gathering of Gandalfs from different points in time: the young apprentice who had just arrived in Middle-earth, the battle-hardened warrior who had faced the Balrog, the white wizard who would be, and many others. Each brought their own wisdom, their own perspective on what needed to be done. The chronolites launched their attack, using magic that bent not just space but time itself. Spells cast in the past manifested in the present, while counterspells from the future arrived to nullify them. The various versions of Gandalf found themselves fighting in perfect coordination, each instinctively knowing what the others would do. But the true battle wasn't fought with magic, it was fought with wisdom. The younger Gandalfs provided the passion and certainty that time must be protected, while the older versions contributed their deep understanding of why even dark moments were necessary for the world's growth. Together, they began to reason with individual chronolites, showing them the beauty in time's natural flow. The turning point came when they reached the temporal anchor, the spell matrix the chronolites had created to hold open the gates of time. Instead of destroying it, Gandalf realized it could be used to seal the time rifts permanently. But doing so would require a sacrifice. One version of himself would need to remain behind as a guardian, forever watching the temporal crossroads to prevent future interference. The oldest version of Gandalf present volunteered. He had lived his life, he said, and seen the wisdom in both change and preservation. As the other Gandalfs worked together to modify the temporal anchor, the chamber began to stabilize. One by one, the portals started to close, and the various versions of himself prepared to return to their own times. Before they departed, each Gandalf shared a memory with the others, moments of triumph, loss, love, and learning that had shaped them all. These memories would fade like dreams once they returned to their proper times, but their essence would remain, guiding each version of himself toward the choices that needed to be made. The present day, Gandalf was the last to leave. As he prepared to step through the portal that would return him to the Shire, his oldest self spoke one final time. Remember, when you look at time, you're not seeing what must be, but what could be. The future is always growing. Like those winter flowers that brought you here, Gandalf emerged back in the Shire, where barely a moment had passed. The patch of winter flowers remained, but now he understood them differently, not as an anomaly to be feared, but as a reminder that even the most rigid laws of nature contained room for wonder. In the years that followed, Gandalf would sometimes catch glimpses of other timelines in quiet moments, reflections in still pools, shadows cast by the setting sun, or patterns in the smoke from his pipe. But these were no longer windows to be opened or paths to be taken. They were simply reminders of the infinite possibilities that existed in every moment, and the wisdom in letting time flow its natural course. The winter flowers continued to bloom each year in that small patch of the Shire, though only Gandalf knew their true significance. To others, they were simply a lovely mystery, a touch of summer's warmth in winter's heart. But to him, they were a reminder of the day he had met himself many times over, and learned that some paradoxes were better left unresolved.